Go hard. Go. 걸음 멈춰주세요. 걸음 완전히 멈춰주세요. 들어가시면 플레이하겠습니다. 걸음 멈춰주세요. 보드판 뒤에 계시면 안 돼요. 다 내려와 주세요. 보드판 뒤에 계시면 안 됩니다. 다 내려와 주세요. 예, 감사합니다. 걸음 멈춰주세요. 커피 지나가겠습니다.
레이즈したらやっぱり
커피 지나가겠습니다. Ready.
ナイス。
Pretty good when it went cross, right? Yeah. What did you think?
뭔가 전에 떨어진 것 같아.
하나 보자. Thank you.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the Jack Nicklaus designed Ocean Course here at Club 72 for Day 3 coverage of the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. The cut came at 3 under par yesterday evening, 68 players continuing their journey around the Ocean Course in search of the lion's share of the 1.4 billion Korean won prize purse. We lost some big names in the field to that halfway cut. 6 of the 9 past champions in the field taking the weekend off. Only Kazuki Higa, Hanbyul Kim and Richard Lee making it through to hopefully challenge for a second Shinhan Donghae Open title. But we're still here. Timothy Lowe alongside me, Anthony Kang in the commentary box. Low scoring the order of the day once again here at the Ocean Course.
Yeah, absolutely. The golf course conditions with the soft greens and the wide fairways. All of the field will have a shot at the green, so plenty of players putting for birdies. And today the wind condition, it is blowing the softest of all 3 days. Ideal scoring conditions out there. Must make a move today.
And it's going to be very interesting to see how the unheralded man from Chiba, Kosuke Suzuki, handles the pressure, taking the lead by 3 into the weekend. These are your feature groups this afternoon. Former champion Hanbyul Kim with Yujiro Ohori and the unmistakable silhouette of Ryo Ishikawa. The trio of them at 7 under par. Miguel Tabuena with former Asian Tour winner Nicholas Fung on his back. He's out with 11-time winner on the KPGA Tour, Kyungnam Kang. Moyo Ikemura agonizingly lost his Asian Tour card at the end of the 2023 season. Jae-Woong well, he's battling to keep his card this year. And the final group, the ageless 50-year-old Brad Kennedy with Karam John, who will certainly have the bulk of the local support here in Incheon. Alongside Kosuke Suzuki. Plenty of birdies, plenty of interesting moves already. You can see a big shuffle at the top of the leaderboard. How about the round of last year's Megyeong Open champion, Chan Min-jung, 8 under par for his day, and he's just making his way to the easiest hole in the golf course, the par 5 fifth. Kensei Hirata, highest ranked player in the official World Golf Rankings coming into the week. He was 6 under par through his first 7. He's cooled off a little bit with 4 straight pars, but he's making all the right moves. So too is Younghan Song, runner-up at the Korean Open. The last time we were here in the land of morning calm at Bujong Hills, a nice start for him with a birdie at the first. He would follow that one up with another there at the second. Never won on home soil, Younghan Song, but he's off to a flyer here.
And here he is, Chan Min-jung making the biggest move of the day. Started on the back 9 of this U-shaped draw for the players. Getting a nice third shot in there. 5 under par for his round at that point. Looking to make the turn at 30 strokes with this putt.
A torrid attack on these soft pins would continue for Chan Min. Went out in 30 like Anthony said. Wasted no time. Picking up his 5th birdie of the day there at the first. Sprinkled in amongst all those birdies was an eagle at the 13th. Did drop a shot at the second, but responded in great fashion with this birdie putt at the 3rd.
And here at the par 5 fifth, Karam John throwing his eagle putt. Catch that birdie on the second hole, 3 under par on the final, or the 3rd round.
And temporarily moved him into a share of the lead with Chan Min-jung, who also picked up a birdie at the 4th, and Kosuke Suzuki, but Suzuki would roll in a birdie of his own to move 1 ahead once again. But look at that leaderboard. It's getting awfully bunched all of a sudden, but you never really see players running away from the field here at the Shinhan Donghae, not at the Ocean Course.
No, you just give them enough holes for all the players. Of course, in the first couple of rounds, you're going to see the little pace setting by the early years, perhaps stretching the lead just a little bit, but you give them enough sample size, all the players are going to have their share of birdies, and come Sunday, it should get bunched up, especially on the middle part of the back 9.
Just look at all these players making great moves. Ricky Kawamoto has just birdied 9 to turn in 32. Miguel Taboina just the 1 under par through the first 6 holes. Younghan Song hasn't been able to build on that hot start, but well. We are getting awfully bunched at the top of the leaderboard, but it's still Kosuke Suzuki who leads the way. Now out to the tee at the 6th with Karam John.
Deceivingly long player. When you first meet him on the first tee, he's not a powerfully built character, but man, he does shift the ball out there surprisingly long.
John, 28-year-old, bred here in South Korea, will just trickle up to the green to catch up with Jae-Woong
Just coming off of his first birdie of the day on the previous hole, hit his tee shot into the jungle there. You can see on the top portion of the screen, he was able to get it out here. So good recovery. Now trying to save par. Going to have to do that with the putter.
Suzuki, twice a winner on the Beima TV Tour, the secondary tour in Japan last season. This is uncharted territory as far as the big stage goes for Suzuki. Just skirts the edge of that fairway trap, but you can catch some pretty heavy lies in this rather luscious Kentucky bluegrass rough. Hit at the 8th. Min-kyu Kim, who's on an absolute heater right now. He's made 5 birdies in a row. Korean Open champion within 2 of the championship lead.
That's a popular bunker there for a mid shot. That pin cut tightly to that bunker. See, many players, if they don't hit their target line correctly, end up in that greenside bunker. And on the back portion of the 6th green, Jae-woong
Almost a Houdini-like escape for Just turned 34 years of age at the beginning of the week. 80th on the Asian Tour Order of Merit getting into this 11th event of the season. Top 65 keep their cards. The conclusion of the Saudi International in December.
Well, this lie looks pretty thick here for Suzuki. Can't really go for the pin. Just the angle just isn't there to allow for the release of the ball. We'll have to play it out to the center portion of the green. But the green does tilt to the right, and the ball tends to go towards the right portion of the green.
He is on the dance floor, but that is not where the band is playing. Two-putt, not exactly guaranteed yet. The band from Chiba. Brad Kennedy, the winner of the New Zealand Open for his lone victory on the Asian Tour. His wealth of experience has been a professional longer than either John or Suzuki have been alive. Turned pro back in 1994.
He's got to be feeling a good amount of momentum right now. When you're starting in the beginning portion of the round, especially playing in the final group, you do have to deal with those nerves just a little bit, and you don't want to make a mistake early. But having made a birdie and an eagle, just 5 holes in,
goes a little deep into 6 for Garam John, who trails Suzuki by 1. Edge of the 18th. Just a nasty leave here for Min Kyu Kim. It looks like he's buried it in the front face of that trap. Yu Bin Jiang, a couple of groups prior, also buried it in that bunker, took a 5. Min Kyu's got work to do, so does Chan Min-yo, who's just flirting with the edge of the penalty area on the 5th. The defending champion in a couple of weeks' time when the KPGA circuit moves along to its next stop. Last week's winner, Sung-Tik Lee. This for birdie. Caddy Mike, unable to watch. You turn around now, Mike. That's safely in for 4. Well done, Sung-Tik. Sufficient ground working for the Lexus Masters champion. All right, Kim, take 2.
And now he's just trying to walk away with a bogey. This bunker with the lip, it is quite steep. You do see a lot of balls plugging, even though it is a mid-iron or long iron for all the players. Karamjan from just over the green. Lie looks a bit sketchy around this area, but this one where his ball is at looks to be okay, but just went under the ball.
Just so much guesswork around some of these surrounds of the greens. Much toss of the dice to see what kind of lie you draw. Thank you, Kim. 5 birdies in a row coming to this point, but this is a bogey putt after taking 2 from the greenside trap. That momentum going to come to a screeching halt for Kim. It's that kind of golf course though, Anthony. We talked about many birdie opportunities, but unfortunately bogeys, doubles, or worse, just one poor swing away.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on several holes, several key holes that plays difficult out here, that 8th, 12th, and the 16th. Now here's the 2020 Shinhan Donghae Open champion, Han-Bil Kim. Well played with his second shot, eagle chance.
Such a strange scene back at Bears Best when he won in 2020. So it was during the COVID pandemic, no spectators at all. Strange times. Now Kennedy, cross country for birdie at 6. He'll gladly take 2 from here.
That mound in the center portion of his putt, he really needed to take a good look at it. If he had a bit more pace on it, be a bit closer to the hole, because it wouldn't have taken that much break to his right.
Chanman Jung hopefully close to the penalty area with his tee shot, but he's extricated himself to here. This is an eagle opportunity. Already made 1 today as Jung. As I said, the greens here at the Ocean course not running as quick as some of the other surfaces we see on the Asian Tour. It's right around 9.5 on the stimp meter. Players have had to make that adjustment rather quickly this week. Yujiro Ohori. Eagle putt here. Back of 7. Almost every player missing this one low. Almost impossible to overread this putt. There's that mound that's going to kick it straight right. It's got half a chance. Oh, what a fantastic effort from Ohori.
Now he's got to look out to the left of this putt quite a bit as well. He's putting up a ridge, but he's also going to be riding the side portion. So in the beginning, 15-20 feet, the ball will slide to his right quite a bit.
Wondered what the nerves were going to be like coming into this all-important weekend. Suzuki, pretty sound to me so far.
Yeah, that was an excellent putt. Now Han-Bil Kim, who in the first round here 4-putted for a bogey, and in the second round he 2-putted for a birdie. 3rd successive eagle attempt on this hole.
Just the 2-putt birdie for Kim. For par at 6, got on John. Those hurt. Please tee shot into the fairway. Walk off with a 5.
Now at the 9th, Min-Kyu Kim. Being in the fairway, although this fairway is wide, is a key for this whole location because it is cut directly over the bunker. using that tee ball to great effect there, Min-Kyu Kim.
Kennedy for par. Well done, Brad. He's had 3 wins on the Japanese tour, but not since his 2018 victory at the Sega Sammy.
Second shot at the par 5 for Kyungnam Kang. You can see today with the temperature slightly warmer for the players, their balls are flying a lot farther than the first 2 rounds. Many players hitting irons into this par 5 on the first day, especially with the bad weather. A lot of them were having trouble just even getting a decent distance to have a decent layup at.
Steve Luton was telling us in the hotel that he had hit 3-wood from about 245 yards and he got nowhere near dry land. Torrential downpour in the early stages of play, but thankfully the weather's cleared up nicely. Still pleasant and cool, but sun's peeking through the clouds, and Yusuke Suzuki keep his name out in front. 14 under par. Early start to the front line for Han Song. It's a 2 under par round of 34 on the front side. Now back to Chan Min-jung to get to 9 under his 3rd round. Oh goodness. See a lot of short putts missed here, Anthony.
Yeah, but that putt, I think that was just a misread. You can see the dark color of the grass there. Usually on bent grass surfaces, it grows with gravity. And anytime so you see the darker patch, it'll tell you that that putt from where he was putting from should be a slightly left to right putt.
No birdie to be found at 5 for Chan Min still. Lovely day.
Kimura not going along well today. 4 birdies.
Going with 3-wood here, and that's an interesting choice of club.
Perhaps just doesn't want to even think about going for the green and 2. It's just an automatic 3-shot hole for him.
For pretty much telegraphing his intention to play this par 5 7th the conventional way, but a hole like this on a day like this presents the players options, Anthony.
Yeah, especially with the warmer weather, the ball's traveling a bit farther. This 560-yard par 5 doesn't play its entire length because it moves downhill all the way to the green. If you can't go for the green, you just lay up in this area short of the water and then set yourself up for a decent approach. And going with that play today, because of the whole location, it'll be just as good as going for the green and 2 because you can use a bit of backstop just past the pin. A good chance to get a wedge shot close. If you're going for the green and 2, anywhere on the green, anywhere but right is a decent place.
So an eagle look for Kyungnam Kang. popular spot for the players going for the green and two to be putting from. Good effort there from Kang. A little bit of tidying up to do for his birdie. Did stay with a bogey on the first, but he recovered that birdie at 5. Back to the 9th. Taijiro Izumida to get into double digits under par.
That's about it.
Indeed. 33 to the turn for Izumida.
And looking for a bounce back birdie after the double bogey on the previous hole.
He'll do just that. 6 birdies and a double for Min-Kyu Kim. Back within 3 of Suzuki.
Anytime your first putt goes past the hole, all these players, they do pay attention on the way it breaks as the ball comes to a stop. Should have a decent idea in the movement of this putt.
It's a very good tip for everyone watching at home, Anthony. Sometimes you're so disappointed by missing the putt, you turn away in disgust when you could be picking up some information of how your comeback is going to roll. John picked up his 3rd KPGA Tour victory at the KPGA Championship back in June. He'll be married very soon. He's asked, does he feel any pressure, feel any extra expectation or the responsibility of having to provide for a significant other and maybe a family in the future? And just sort of laughed it off and said, yeah, the shoulders are getting a little bit weary, but we'll carry on.
Even with the 3-wood, looks like he's actually going to attempt to go for the green and 2. Waiting for the group ahead to clear.
Yeah, that's interesting though, Anthony, because it's, yes, this hole is framed by trouble on both sides, but it's a fairly wide landing area. Maybe that wide right miss on the 6th hole with the driver, probably in the back of his mind.
No, it's either that or his bag setup, whatever clubs that he's got in his bag. If he hits the driver, he may end up in a distance where he doesn't have a club. Maybe he's thinking 3-wood is a perfect for this distance.
Did he get all of it? Someone's asking for it to go. Go, it does not for Jae Wong. Nicely judged. The pace there. Yujiro Ohori. #1 on the Japanese tour. Only made 6 cuts this season. On the top 10. The modified Stableford event, the Players by the Players Championship.
The lie must have been okay from where he was. Just judging by the amount of release he got, ball must have been sitting up all right.
Kim. 3 of the 9 past champions of this championship to survive the halfway cut. going to be winning any long drive contests. The 50-year-old from Australia. He's a plodder. He's a gamer.
Gotta admire it though, at the age of 50, contending in a golf tournament.
A big one at that too.
Yeah. Still very supple. As you age, your backswing tends to get shorter, but it's very similar to when he first came out on the Asian Tour in his early 20s.
Who is in his early 20s? Deceptively long, as Anthony Kang described it.
You should be able to carry the driver about 280 to 290 yards on the fly.
Okay. Straight down the pipe goes Garam John, two behind Kosuke Suzuki. Despite not birdieing the par 5 fifth, putting together a round of the day. 7 birdies and an eagle against a lone drop shot, so in within one of your overnight leader, Kosuke Suzuki. We just coast down that leaderboard to check in on all 68 players who successfully made the halfway cut that fell at 3 under par. Fortunately, there's a couple of former Asian Tour winners, Bio Kim and Nititong Tipong, propping up the pile at the moment. 2 and 1 over par for their rounds respectively. Back to 2 under for the championship. Ikemura did get all of that one, and that's what happens. Just so tough from over the back of the green with that big sort of slope to contend with. Something of the off there now. Chan Min-jung on the 6th.
Not really a whole location that you can expect to get a ball close coming out of the rough. You do have to challenge the greenside bunker on the left. He's got the line correct. All depends on what that lie looks like from over the green for Jung.
Up in the 8th, Kyung Nam Kang.
Well, he looked happy with the strike and the line.
He's looking rather befuddled now, though. Looks like Jung-Um's second shot has stayed dry, but not quite sure how it's lying in that thick rough. Was it fine enough up there? Could make a little U-turn, start to work off that slope. Break there with that second shot staying dry. Toharu Otsuki. Under to this stage. Second into the 9th. Look at that. Gets a 4 under par, the 34-year-old from Ibaraki.
Ikemura. There's more than one way to make a birdie. Can't get the chip close. Putter can do all the work.
You called it, Anthony. 4 there to keep Ikemura's hot start to his round going. He now moves alongside Chan Min-jung in share of 2nd. Got that 3rd shot just a little heavy, Chan Min, so this for a par. Tried to give it the early walk. Frustratingly, it's a second drop shot of the day for the man affectionately known as the Korean Hulk. I wonder why.
He's rather large.
Another burly gentleman, Sean Norris. For a number of years now, plies his trade in Japan. Back here for Sean after going back-to-back drop shots. That'll bring a smile to the South African's face. He'll get to 1 under his day. Just find it quite comical how short that broomstick putter looks in the hands of Sean Norris. Now, for birdie.
As disappointing as that may be, that the putt did not fall after his second shot, he would have definitely taken a par. Was unsure whether the ball had cleared the penalty area or not.
3 victories on the Japanese tour. Suki. Recently coming in Yogo. Now this time last year at the Panasonic Open. Very good there. Tsuki-san. To a share of 6th. Kim, Brad Kennedy, and Kumu Horikawa.
Just a bit awkward, the second shot for the players, because it is a somewhat severe downhill lie. Trying to hit a fairway wood, trying trying to move that ball just a bit more towards the center portion of your stance. He's done that well, struck it well.
Left himself about the fastest putt he can have. The ocean course now. John, this is a hanging lie.
Slightly even more awkward. Add to the downhill lie, the ball below his feet. But there's plenty of room on that shot to really slide the ball from left to right. It's a wide green.
Could that catch the slope? Oh, it tried. Still, good shot though. Got him. Shot into 18 for Gyu-min Lee. He's having a tough old time at the moment. 2 bogeys in his last 4, and that just clears the green side trap. Those players just squeaked into the weekend. 73 yesterday after an opening 68, but he'll cash a good-sized check in this 1.4 billion Korean won event. That's just a over $1 million US. To the start of the back nine, and the man who tops the money list here in South Korea, Kyu Kim for birdie. Just hangs it a little wide as the 2-time Korea Open champion.
Not an easy up and down here. Looks like he's going to have to land it on the apron area. Let the ball just kick to the right. I just flew it all the way to the hole, trying to use a little bit of backspin for a quick check. Decently played.
Kennedy lead it up to the bottom of the hill at 7.
You see a lot of the slower speed swingers. They tend to be really good with wedges. That's a bit unlucky. He was trying to play it where he hits that wall and have the ball come back just a little bit.
Back to 10 and give to clean up for par.
Say par for Kang.
Great save, Gyeongnam Kang. For today's 3rd round. Gyu-min Lee for eagle. Lovely eagle there for Gyu-min Lee at the par 5 18th. Get himself back up to 5 under par. And a little souvenir for the lucky fans gathered around this beautiful closing hole at the Ocean Course. He's on a heater at the moment. 5 under for his round, but tough pin to get close to on 8. Right over that left-hand trap, guarded by a mound shot. Really want to be past pin high right. Leave yourself a decent look. It's just about done that. Good job.
The top of the hill, the tee at the 9th. Kim Nam-kan. Kataoka's tee shot here at the 8th. If you're taking a direct line at the pin, you have to make sure you choose enough club to clear the left side bunker. Excellent tee shot.
Slippery putt, but it is for eagle. Your championship leader. It's hard from left to right. Trying to do from up there. Doing what he must to fend off the chasing pack. The weekend with a 3-shot advantage. That little tap in will take his lead back up to 2 for the moment.
He said that he understood the golf course and the birdie opportunities that are available for everyone in the field. So he said, although he is a leader, and take the mentality of going out and trying to make birdies as much as possible.
Just across the little road, we find at the 8th tee.
Likes to draw the ball. This left pin, back left pin. You can get at it, but just can't turn it over too much. Get in the green side bunker. That's almost an automatic bogey.
The top 25 on the leaderboard. Jae-Woong the only man not under par. After the 68 players who've made it through to weekend action here, 10 of them over par Saturday. So if you're not picking up birdies, you are losing ground, and losing ground in a hurry. We made 1 eagle today, Garam John. Possibly find another. Not a million miles away. Oh. Try.
Otsuki.
Last time out, the Ocean course. Back to Kennedy for birdie.
He locks his left wrist on his putting stroke. See so many different styles of putting. You saw Jae-Woong earlier. He had the butt end of the putter constantly aimed at his belly button, so he would release his cup his left hand through impact. But Brad, he likes to keep that left wrist firm. Push the ball out there. Now birdie attempt for Aramjan.
Oh no! That's desperately unlucky. Disposes of that pesky pellet. John stays at 12 under. Pacific Diamond Cup champion Suke Asaji into the 18th. Bit of a rotten day so far, but that should bring a smile to his face. Started his day with a bogey, string of pars since. He'll have that to get back to 3 under. His chances of getting home in 2 at the 7th should he find the fairway. Biden hasn't lacked in colours today.
And then he's got the power to where he can have possibly a mid-iron for the second shot, but that doesn't guarantee him that he's going to make a birdie because of the danger around the green. Now, here at the 8th. Once he lands the ball on the green, got to expect a little kick to the right.
Bump that one into the bank. To feed down nicely in touch. Sang Pilyun alongside Otsuki. Birdie chance at 10. Chance converted for Sangpil. Double that 3rd, but that's his 5th birdie of the day. Jae Kyung Lee alongside Chan Min Jung.
2 over par for his round today. Coming off of a consecutive bogey last 2 holes.
From that large frame that Chan Min Jung works with, the other reason he's known as the Korean Hulk is he can certainly smash it off the tee.
Just got a wide arc, and being of decent stature, he can create a lot of club head speed. Can easily carry the ball 310.
Okay.
Back in 2022 set the record for longest driving average on the Korean Tour throughout the course of the season. Plenty of movement already on Saturday. Look at that, Kensei Hirata, 8 under par. For his 3rd round, he gets to within 1 of his countrymen. Kosuke Suzuki, he's fending them off. He's birdied both par 5s on the front side. Clings to a tenuous 1-shot advantage at the top of the leaderboard here at the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open. Working for Dongmin Lee, Travis Smythe, Tiger Nagano. Sang Pilyun, despite a double bogey at the 3rd, he's picked up his 5th birdie of the day. Unfortunately, Ricky Kawamoto was 4 under for his round, just dropping back with a bogey at 12. Playing as one of the hardest holes this year at the Ocean Course. Still Song unable to really kick off after that birdie start. He's been treading water ever since. Siwon Kim having a nice little tournament. Former Asian Tour Order of Merit champion, 3 under par for his round today. So 2, Ian Snyman, whose brother-in-law is actually South Korean, so he has family here. Come down to watch Uncle Ian contest this championship. Sean Norris has given back that birdie at 9 with a drop shot at 10. He slips back to 7 under par. Nice rounds for the Thai duo of Sutipat Pratiptienchai and Cholatit Shinbongam. Lost in the playoff to Hong Tae Kim at the Donghae Open back in May. Unfortunately, Hong Taek missing out on the halfway cut here. 2 under par, just not good enough. Stick around. Shinhan Donghae Open, Yoshikawa. Bit of a tough day. 1 over par, 37 on his front 9. 17 champion Richard T. Lee, right side of par, but languishing at the wrong end of the leaderboard. 13th different host venue of this great championship, one of the 4 major tournaments here in South Korea, along with the Donghae Open, the Kolon Korea Open, and the SK Telecom Open. Well, after that, very nicely played little pitch shot. This for par at the tough 8th. Well done. Really an important next couple of months for Jae Wong-am. Statuses on both the Korean Tour and the Asian Tour very much in the balance.
Yeah, a lot of the times, the players that have dual memberships, this is a good opportunity to pick up points for both tours, and Min-Kyu Kim right there, successful once again.
He doesn't have to worry about an exemption for a while. Victory at Wujong Hills, bring him a 2-year exemption on the Asian Tour and a 5-year exemption here in South Korea.
It's going to be a 5-iron here for Suzuki.
Left, you don't want to miss this left, although that's not disastrous.
Yeah, it's good that he covered the greenside bunker. He will give himself a realistic chance to get up and down.
Now into the 9th, Jung Nam Kang.
Yeah, good shot by Kang, who on the Korean Tour this year, #1 in par 4 scoring.
Put that unfortunate break out of his mind here on the 8th tee, Garam John.
핀 쪽으로 갔어? 아니 핀 약간 좀 카트 있는데 카트 바로 앞에.
Great extension at impact and through impact, a continuation of the speed, and that's why you do see him hit a fairly decent distance.
Did have a rather lengthy discussion the dinner last night, Anthony, about how the instruction, the information, and the modern technique has really changed through the last couple of years. Can't bore the audiences with that, but it really is fascinating stuff. Ground forces and the like. That's Buena into 9, over the flagstick there for Miguel.
Yeah, just to go back to that point now, everything is measurable. There's actually a number behind it. You can measure angles, you can measure the amount of force you're applying to certain parts of the ground, certain parts of your body, through certain parts of your body. So everything is basically, fact proven.
It's almost like the advancement in technology has allowed golfers and instructors to quantify the various metrics for consistency, for power. There's almost a, I suppose you could call it in air quotes, a blueprint for what a successful or a repeatable golf swing looks like. Still, you got to go out and do it under pressure, but it's very much heading in that direction. The power game, the modern game. That man on your screens right now did something last year that not many people thought were possible. Overpowering Namseol Country Club, one of the great old tests of Asian golf.
Now Suzuki, as long as the lie's okay, he can play this like a standard sort of a chip shot. Well played, just didn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. So although it was a miss off the tee, looks like he's going to walk away with a par.
Kang for birdie at 9. Time winner, Korean Tour, but never one of the 4 big ones. He's come close a number of times.
Numerous high finishes on every one of the major tournaments in Korea. Despite a miss there, he will make the turn 1 under par today.
Given the way that this course is playing, if you're not 2 under par with that front 9, you're not gaining any ground. This is a interesting club choice, but we've seen it a lot this week. Putter from off the green, and he's got quite a bit of that imperfect fringe to go through.
Yeah, it looks like it's a thin sort of a grass over there, so it shouldn't really bother him too much as far as the pace of this putt is.
Moina convert for birdie. Afford to squander opportunities like that around a scoreable course like the Ocean. Jake Young Lee, those players that held so much promise when he turned professional, achieved success quite early in his career, and then just haven't been able to sustain it.
Battling through his swing this year. Earlier in his career, about 3-4 years ago, he was battling the chipping demons. So at a young age, he's gone through a lot. Let's leave the pin alone on the second shot.
Good smart shot. Unnecessary risk into the equation. He was the surprise winner of the Donghae Open last year, weather-affected championship. Go up to Otsuki for birdie at 11.
Reminds me of a lot of Jason Duffner, just his mannerism.
You've recently seen him slumped next to a tee box this week, Anthony.
Now Brad Kennedy using his years of experience to get himself on the green on this birdie attempt. 0 birdie made on this hole so far today.
Toughest hole. This layout. 3. At 9.
레이트 이렇게 들어가면
days for Jay Wilhelm where you're not really hitting sort of a appallingly bad shots, but you're not giving yourself any reasonable looks at birdie. Not like Ikimura's been doing.
When you got conditions like this and you have short clubs, you do have to give yourself shorter putts at birdies. You're not going to hit it this distance all the time, but you'd like to give yourself inside 15 feet every time you grab a short club.
Stays at the bottom of the cup this time for Karam John. Wondered how he'd deal with the pressure and the expectation, playing in the final group, playing with the lead coming into the weekend. Answering those questions with some very steady, solid golf. It's still Suzuki at the top.
Hanbyeol Kim from just short of the green. It's an under par round, but as Tim mentioned, it's been a slow day for him. 1 under par course. Scoring average right now just about 69.5 strokes.
This hole at the end of play Thursday. 3 in a row to take the to Friday.
Not a guaranteed 2-putt here. Gotta throw it well left and then expect that 90-degree turn. Don't think this is high enough. Definitely not. But considering the distance, it's an excellent putt.
To the tee at 9, and Suzuki
You'd have to say, he just got away with his first mistake of the round, walking away with a par. So it's once again time to steady the ship.
piece of the fairway for Brad Kennedy at 9. Bogeys on the card for Brad. Just that lone birdie at 5.
In fact, he hasn't made a bogey in his past 37 holes. So just not making mistakes, just hanging around.
Jae-Kyung Lee for eagle. 7. but doesn't drop. Par for the day.
It's in. Gonna make the turn at even par this Saturday.
어디 안 들리니까.
Birdie. Back to 8 under for the day. Yes, well done. Good 2-putt for Chan Min. Himself back to 13 under par.
In a good position here at the 10th. Once again, the pin cut just over the bunker. So being out of the fairway is important if you want to give yourself a close chance at a birdie.
Pointer. All over the flagstick for the Filipino. Finished last outing out in South Korea at the Korea Open for Meeks.
Coming out of the rough here at the 9th, because the pin is cut just over the greenside bunker, priority number 1 is to clear the bunker. Don't even think about hitting one close here. If it does end up close by luck, that's good, but be happy to take a 20-25 foot putt from past the hole.
Oh, a bit of a flight there, Brad. Some inconsistent patches. Roughness. You do get some juicy lines. You do get some fairly thin lines. Much luck of the draw if you stray off the closely mown areas.
And it's getting to the point where the weather is much more dry, so you're not going to see the wet blades of grass. So the players really do have to pay attention how dry the blades of grass is. Drier the grass blades, chances for a flyer is on the high side.
Bit of a lost in translation moment here between Suzuki Suzuki and Karam John. Third lies are in effect. Shinhan Donghae Open. A lot of shots close to this whole location, especially coming out of the fairway. Kosuke Suzuki's approach to that list. Steady at the top of the board. greens. These boys are good. They control their spin. You're not going to see too many balls backing up very violently. It's just target practice.
And
You can find the fairway.
And the sound when Suzuki hit and the size of the divot that came out, it seemed like a very shallow approach at impact area. Sometimes the shallower you are, it's easier to control the spin and the trajectory.
Call that one a 6 out of 10 for John. It's a decent look. Started off last season very nicely with Suzuki, but sort of petered out towards the end of the year on the Japanese tour. Now Jung on 8 at 8 under. Looks concerned, is that going to cover the greenside trap? Oh, you bet it will. That's fine, Chanmin. That is absolutely fine. Great effort. Jinho Choi to play himself into the weekend was even par with 9 to play, or 1 over par with 9 to play in fact. Came home in 31 to safely make it through to Saturday. It's going from former Genesis points winner here in South Korea. It's day 3 of the 40th playing. Shinhan Donghae Open, the defending champion. Did go, unfortunately, not able to play all 4 rounds. He fell at the first hurdle. Chip and run, a shot that you don't see too much in the modern game these days. Street face club, get it on the ground as quick as possible. Nicely executed there from Brad.
Now Kyungnam Kang facing this downhill birdie attempt. Speed well judged.
John, he looked at 9. Wants to move a fraction from right to left. Stays pretty straight at the holes, certainly at that speed. Wow. Rush of blood to the head there for time winner here domestically in South Korea. Oh, first look of the day at Ryo Ishikawa, who's had a very, very poor third round. 2 over at the moment, but this to get one of those shots back. Ah, Sugoi Ishikawa-san, that's more like it. Nice birdie there at 11.
아닌 것 같은데.
His first Japan Tour event as an amateur. He was 15 years, 8 months old. He's been out here quite a while, Ishikawa. Out of John's putter. He's really letting him down. 3 putt for par. 7, that's a 3 putt for bogey. 9. Sudden, he's back down at 11 under par.
But that shouldn't have happened at that distance for his birdie attempt. It was just a mental error, perhaps just not focused enough. Now, birdie attempt here for Suzuki to make the turn at 3 under today.
Said it earlier, a lot of short putts missed here at Club 72. Though, that's the attitude you got to keep. Very Sadom Kaukenjana-esque. No reaction. Just a little exhale of breath and get on with it. Still got the lead. Still playing nicely. Chanmin was nervous with his tee shot at 8, but he's left himself in a great spot. This for birdie. To claw within 1. He almost beat the ball to the cup there. He knew it straight off the bat. That wasn't hit with enough conviction.
Chinese Taipei's Li Chia-po. Third shot into the 18th.
Birdie at 17 is Max Lee. He was nervous with that. Started a little bit further right than he wanted, but he'll have that for a round of 69. First look of the day at Kensei Hirata. Has been setting the course alight today. 8 under par, like Chan Min-jo. It's a birdie opportunity at the par 4 16th.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of players coming up short, putting from that side of the hole today. And you do see a downhill slope just past the hole, so it makes the players apprehensive about hitting the putt firmly.
The races from the get-go. 5 straight birdies to start. Actually missed a 4-footer for a front line of 29. But you can see Hirata, like Chan Min-jo, playing himself right back into the mix.
Ikemura at the 10th. Once again, playing to the fat of the green.
Hole. What's been a stellar Saturday for Chan Min-jung. It's played as the 6th easiest hole on the golf course for today's 3rd round. just visually, weekend golfer would get intimidated by this par 4 elevated tee ball. Spans a long time in the air. You got water left, you got trees right, and with the softness of these greens, even though it's a tucked pin, you find the fairway, you're thinking 3.
Absolutely. Especially for Chan Min Jung, is going to be just the lob wedge with his second shot if he does find the fairway.
Find the fairway, he does.
Ikimura, he's got to be gentle with the speed on this.
Good pace on that from Ikimura.
Second shot for Kyungnam Kang out of the rough. This is an okay pin to be hitting from the rough, back right. It's not on target with his starting line.
Now up. Similar line to Ikimura, so he's got a good sense of what this is going to do around the cup.
You do see a lot of players putting from this side of the green, the right half, the center portion to the right half, because right where those players on the right portion of your screen, they're standing, that's a slight fall off. So the second shot, if they pull it just a little bit, ends up short of the pin high distance, there's a chance that the ball will roll off the green. So you'll see a lot of the safe play here at the 10th.
Starting his back 9 with a one-shot advantage over Kensei Hirata. Kosuke Suzuki splits the fairway again. Chiappo, round to 69. A little low for Max. He's actually godfather to Shi Chan's firstborn son, Casper. Kensei Zhang unfortunately had to withdraw after a disappointing opening round, but Godpar's going all right. 2 under par 70 for Max Lee today.
Well, Brad Kennedy, he's just got to be careful of those fairway bunkers on the right.
They've got to take a couple of deep breaths here for Karam John. Seem to like it. And for good reason. It's more like it from Garam.
Ikimura for his 2-putt par.
Story for Ji-Won
Just got to be careful of a right to left movement on this.
Ball took a victory lap before it tumbled in on 9. Just straight in the jar on 10 for Kang bunkered at 11. Looks like he's on the upslope though. face through the sand and under the ball so beautifully there. Wonderful touch. Don't win 11 times. South Korea. You don't have a tidy short game.
Touch of class there. A lot of the times, it's so easy to decelerate in a shot like that, where you're just trying to plop it out of the greenside bunker onto the very edge of the green. Travis might have a nice day here at the formidable 16th.
Birdies in a row coming into this par 4 for the man from Shell Harbour. 6 under par for his round is Smythe. Juicy looking lie for Kennedy in this right rough.
Just got to look out to the center portion of the green. Got no option. Couldn't even get to the green. It was just laying up.
Walking scorer holding that leaderboard. That'll be pleasing to the eye of Kosuke Suzuki. Started the day with the lead. Continues to have his nose out in front at 15 under par. No drop shots on the day for Suzuki.
It looks like he was wary of the danger short left of the pin. Body language, looks like he came out of that. This is sort of a pin where you make a commitment if you're going to go at it, understanding the risk of the ball rolling off the green.
Smart, sensible play there for John. Expectation, so much pressure on the shoulders of the South Korean. 62 of them in the field this week at the Shinhan Donghae Open to try and keep this coveted championship on home soil. Good to see nice crowds out here for the weekend in Incheon. Not too far from Incheon International Airport. You can hear those planes buzzing overhead as we go back to Chanmin's second shot into the 9th, his final hole of the afternoon. Could yield one final birdie for Jung. It's awfully busy on Incheon International Airport. 5,000 flights land and take off. There's runways. Yoshida, 26-year-old. It's from Hyogo Prefecture, and that's nicely done. Yoshida. Let's finish on the year a 4th at the Sega Sammy. Last week at the Fuji Senki Classic. Now back to Brad Kennedy's 3rd at the 10th.
He's got to hit his number on the spot. If he lands short, the ball really won't release up because of the slight uphill slope where the hole is. Very well done.
Oak, much like Ji-Woong he's battling for his Asian Tour card this year. That 2-year exemption he received for winning International Series Korea on the island of Jeju back in 2022, it expires at the end of this season.
Yeah, so every rung that he can climb for the rest of today and tomorrow is so important for him to to pick up those valuable points, just slowly chop away at climbing up to the top 65. Very aware of it. Asked earlier yesterday how many tournaments as a minimum that he needs to fulfill to be included on the order of merit.
Kensei Hirata, look at that. A 9th birdie of the day sees Hirata up into a share of the lead with Kosuke Suzuki. To the back nine Saturday afternoon at the Shinhan Donghae Open, and there is once again parity at the top of the leaderboard. Kosuke Suzuki has company, and formidable company at that. Kensei Hirata's 9th birdie of moving day sees him move up into a share of the lead, a place he has become accustomed to. 2 wins in his last 4 starts on the Japanese tour. A couple of 10th place finishes aside from those. Looking for a 3rd win of the season is Hirata, but this is the man who's got a couple more holes to play than Kensei. Suzuki coming downhill for birdie at 10. Defensive putt, call it that. Understandably so. Can get a little speedy if you hit that with a bit too much conviction. Now, come on, Chanmin. Roll one in for a birdie to end your day. Well done, Chanmin Jung. That's going to equal the course record held by Su Min Lee and Jun Yun Wang. A 63 for Chanmin Jung. Fabulous golfing from the Hull. He'll start Sunday at 14 under par. Question is, how far back is that going to be going into the final round? Around 2 hours to find that out.
Now Karamjan, after blasting his putt on the previous hole, so good, 6 feet by the hole, has to be really gentle with this. Too gentle.
concerning for a professional golfer, any golfer, I should say, when your pace just starts to get away from you. 3-putt because you're a little bit too rambunctious with one, and then you start leaving putts short, and then it's just a bit of a guessing game for the rest of your round. This was a few moments ago. I mentioned that birdie from Kensei Hirata. Here it was, 9 on the day for Hirata. Started slowly with a 71 on Thursday, but my word, he's come alive in the last 48 hours. Very good stuff indeed. A 67 yesterday, coincidentally included a shank on the 15th hole. Did get up and down in one of the best par saves we've seen all year on the Asian Tour, but it's Hirata and Suzuki by 1 over Chan Min-jung, who equals the course record, a 63 for Chan Min. 9 birdies, an eagle, and 2 drop shots leave him at 14 under par going into Championship Sunday. Great rounds working as well from Ikemura and Smythe. 65 was the low round of the day on Thursday, 64 yesterday. Already seen 163 today from Chan Min-jung. Hirata playing the par 5 18th, already at 9 under par.
And for a great up and down par for Brad Kennedy.
Well done. Very much a plodder. He's the 50-year-old. He's not going to overpower the golf course, but not going to make too many unforced errors. Now Smythe, second into the 16th, back left pin. Dare he go for it?
Well, the right play on this is to keep it right of the pin. Gives you a lot more room to give yourself a putt at a birdie.
Good smart shot there from the Australian. Suzuki will stay at 15 under. With Hirata, who's on the last.
And moving on to the 11th, the straightaway par 4. Much like all the holes out here, it is a generous landing area, but there is trouble to the left. You see the penalty area in the form of water, and this fairway bunker on the right. If you're a medium length hitter, it is definitely in play for you, but the above average hitters, you can just forget about this bunker. You're going to easily clear it. Just a short second shot for these players. So good birdie opportunity here. A bit right, it looks like. That's okay. Position A.
Safely found this time, Brad Kennedy.
The penalty area on the left, the exact defining line not available. Right down the center of the fairway for Jun.
Hirata having a crack in 2 at this closing par 5. Tied for the lead by virtue of 9 unanswered birdies this Saturday. 290 yards to go. advantageous. Preferred lies in play. Be able to move that away where that collar of rough's not going to be impeding his backswing or his stroke. Rising to the occasion. Hirata. Ikemura at 11. Birdies have dried up for Ikemura over the last hour or so. His first 7, none since. Thank you, Kim. Shot at the 12th, just birdied the par 5 13. This is a look at the 14th. Look at that, Minkyu Kim. That's his 9th birdie of the day. He's got that drop shot at 12 and the double at 8, but Minkyu Kim up to 13 under par. He's within 2.
And Travis Smythe, his birdie attempt here to get to within 2.
In 2023, his only miscut for the year came at the Open Championship. He hit one of the most famous shots of the year.
Yeah, the hole-in-one at the 17th, which was up for discussion by a lot of the players and the caddies with the new redesign. But it ended up being an excellent hole during the championship. Now, second shot here for Brad Smith, Kennedy. A decent effort from Chun.
Suzuki only made cuts. Japanese tour coming into this week. Let's finish a 15th at the Japan Players Championship in June. That one out right. Not by much. That's okay. Doesn't look like he's swinging as freely as he was at the beginning of the day, but understandable, of course. We finished the Japanese tour. 3rd Kansai Open at the start of 2023. Now back to Smythe for par at 16.
Still a good solid par, although the birdie never really scared the hole. Walking away with a par at the 16th. There are many players late on Sunday would give a lot for that valuable par.
Club length preferred lie exercised to its full extent for Kensei Hirata, who has this for an eagle at 18, but a 2-putt birdie. Set the new course record here. At the Ocean course. Fabulous from Hirata. The new leader in a couple of moments' time. Would have started the week as one of the pre-tournament favourites, Hirata. Up to that billing as we go to Ikemura at 12.
A big speed bump for the players. 12th hole. Not only is it the length, it's also a pin position today, cut tightly on the back left corner. That is really wide off its mark. Suzuki, his birdie attempt. Started the week very much thinking about locking up his card, currently 71st on the Japanese Tour Order of Merit. It'd be great to go on to win a 2-year exemption, but a top finish here will go a long way to locking up his card. And Yubin Jang,
Trying to consolidate his position at the top of the Genesis points list here in South Korea. Yubin. Shots like that aren't going to do much to help his cause. Hirata. 63 posted by Chan Min-jung. About half an hour ago, Hirata to better that by 1. Sublime golf from Kensei Hirata takes him to the top of the leaderboard. A 62. He's in at 16 under par. Moving day. That's a big jump for Hirata to the solo lead now as we go back to on the 12th.
Anytime you're playing a hole of this length as a par 3, a shot on the green is a successful shot. Just under 40% of the field able to give himself a birdie putt at this par 3.
Didn't find the green yesterday on this hole, Jae Wong-un, but unfortunately took 3 to get down for a bogey. Just 2 drop shots. Friday's play. John, 11. Better putt, even though it hasn't found the target for Garam. More positive, that's what you want to see. Awkward for Yubin.
Yes, but being in an upslope, when he makes contact, the ball tends to pop out high and land really soft. So once he gets that landing distance correct, manageable, which he has done.
Kennedy for birdie at 11.
And much like Suzuki as well, entering this week at 62nd on the Japanese Tour Order of Merit. He's had a productive career in Japan. First made it onto the Japan Tour in 2011, and you take away the COVID years. Never finished outside the top 29 on the Order of Merit.
His pre-round interview. To get to at least 14 under par to feel like he's got a shot going into Sunday. He's going to have to find some birdies. John as he stays at 11. Yubin Jang to save his par at 16. 22-year-old leading the charge. Say the same about Min-Kyu Kim.
Just attacking this pin that's on an upper plateau, a slight rise in the back right portion.
His best effort with the wedge in hand. Left-hand trap, 12. So playing just a third of a shot over its par. Hardest hole on the Ocean course, today's third round. Just dug his heels in a little too quick there.
Yeah, a bit unlucky in the fact that the distance of the shot, when you do a shot of that length, some 20, 25 yards, and you get that perfect stump through the impact area, you do create a lot of spin. Izumida. Second into the 13th, the par 5. Excuse me, that was Taiki Yoshida.
Shot on 17s. All locations yielded its fair share of birdies today. 17, in fact. Fourth place finish last week at the Delhi Indonesia Open. Started the week at Damainda pretty poorly as well, but really got it together over the closing 3 days. Just an uncomfortable weight on this 12th tee. Players in front of you struggling. Just have to sit there and watch. Now Nikimura was well off the mark with his tee shot. Couldn't find the green with his second. Now playing 3. Bellied wedge. Last 12th will claim another victim. 22nd bogey of the day recorded. 252-yard par 3.
Min-Kyu Kim with his birdie attempt. He's got great feel with the putter today.
Nearly the 10th birdie of the day for Kim. We shan't tell him we were complimenting his putting before that. We've seen stranger things on this 15, but Buri Bunsa, a 5-putt. That's the end of our coverage yesterday. One step forward, one step back for Min-Kyu Kim. Crowds continue to gather. It's a pair of Japanese names at the top of the board. Just stuck in neutral for the third round.
Can't be too aggressive with this birdie attempt. Once he makes it over a small hump, just about 6 feet in front of him, it does move downhill. The long waits usually happens on lengthy par 3s and reachable par 5, so it is not unexpected that you will have a clear go, unless your group is way behind the group in front of you. But this is a situation where the players have gotten used to. They've been waiting here every single round, watching the group ahead play.
Why we've got a Koei reclining massage bed in this 12th season, hole-in-one prize. You can actually have one out there for the players to sample as they watch the carnage unfold in front of them.
What can Brad Kennedy muster up here? Definitely do not want to short side yourself, missing the green to the left.
좋다.
Or miss it too far right. Doesn't pose an easy two-putt.
Pretty solid there from Brad. He would have taken that if you offered it to him on the tee.
Once again, teeing up from well above where the green is. If you decide to use a little bit of curve on the golf ball to get it close to the hole, whether it's a left to right or right to left, if you overdo it, you get into real trouble, especially if you decide to play a little draw in there. Anything with a fade, you throw it out to the right, there's a good chance that it'll still catch the green.
The ocean course where you just want to hang on. Mentioned it, Anthony, it's very much a speed bump. It's a wall for some players.
It's just a brutal hole, having to use 3 wood fairway metals on a par 3.
Kensei Hirata and Chan Min-jung, the talk of the town here in Incheon. Fabulous rounds of 62 and 63 respectively, which see them surge to the top of the leaderboard. Yuki Kawamoto and Taiga Nagano also traveling along well. Reigning New Zealand Open champion Takahiro Hataji, good solid rounder, 67 for the big man. Snyman playing in the company of Travis Smythe, having a productive day as well, 3 under par with the par 5 18th to come. Miguel Tabuena just treading water here. He's coming off a bogey at the formidable 12, so he's back at 9 under par for the championship. Jungwon Lee very nicely as well, 6 under for his round. 70s for Hosono, Chiapo Lee. Taifong Open champion Sutipat Pratip Tianchai, 4 under this round. So too, last week's winner at the Lexus Masters, Sung-Tik Lee. Shinbongam lost in a playoff to Hong-Taek Kim at the Megyeong Open back in May. At 8 under par for the championship. Yohan Song's just sliding back with the drop shot. He's back at 8 under as well. Kang too. Sak Sansin was going along well. Just dropped a shot of his own at the par 4 6th. Young Kim, one of 9 former winners of this championship who started the week. Just 3 remain. past 72 for the former winner of International Series Korea. Norris and Ishikawa over par for their third rounds. The 40th staging of this prestigious Shinhan Donghae Open. Now to 17, where there is a beautiful BMW i5 electric car up for grabs. Big Jang on the tee.
Good side of the hole to be. In the area around the hole that is slightly uphill.
Going with driver at par 5 13. See, he used the far right side of the tee box on more than one occasion today.
Yoshida with his third shot. Scary shot coming back onto this green. There's water past the green here. Got to slow down.
Looks to be building a rather unconventional stance for his third at the same hole. Full-blooded swipe at that, and it's worked out nicely for the 41-year-old.
Short-sided shot here for Karamjan.
Aerial route to have any sort of opportunity. Knocked back close. A decent effort, but really the mistake there with the tee shot. But it's so hard when you're trying to play to a narrow sliver of green from nigh on 250 yards away. Kumo Horikawa was bogey free today. 5 under par is the Japanese star. A very successful YouTube channel, over 365,000 subscribers. We post content daily.
Very delicate chip here for Suzuki. He's going to be landing on a slight down slope once he gets on the green, and then breaking from his right to left. If the ball comes out with any sort of speed here, easily go 6 feet past the hole.
Or more. That also a little bit unlucky. Took a pretty hot first kick. First sign of nerves there from Suzuki as we go back to Kyungnam Kang for birdie at 13.
Nice putt by Kyungnam Kang, coming off of a bogey on the difficult 12th, gets that right back. Brad Kennedy. These are the toughest putt to judge the speed on. Every time you go up and then down, you're always worried about the second portion of the putt. Much easier if you have a putt that goes down first and up to the hole. See if he gets this one correctly. chip to this point with his fourth shot, so this will be a par attempt.
Shot for Yoshida. Second of the round. Sends him back to 10 under. Bin Jang, birdie 2 at the penultimate hole. But now, Suzuki, momentum-wise, confidence-wise, this will do so much more than the 2 birdies he picked up on the front side. Oh, look at that. Look at that reaction. He knew that was clutch. Great par save. Keeps his card clean and keeps him within 1 of Hirata. Sometimes all shots, all strokes count the same at the end of the day. Just psychologically, not giving up a shot feels so much better than picking one up.
Yeah, absolutely. You just never want to make a bogey. As a professional player, you do get frustrated by not making birdies, but as long as you're not making too many bogeys, you're going to be satisfied with your performance. You do understand that a run of birdies can happen at any time.
Could very well start for them here on the par 5 13.
Good chance. It's a reachable par 5 for these players, although it is just under 600 yards, but the tee shot is downhill to this area. The key is to find the fairway to give yourself a clean lie. You can get some okay lies in the rough, but most of the time it's going to be a layup. And then the second shot onto the green, it is a dangerous one. You see all the water there on the right of the green. Now, design of a hole like this, you do take the bailout area too far. Sometimes poses a difficult up and down. Get yourself a birdie. But it is one of the scoring chances for these players. This one and the 15th and the 17th, 18th coming in. As long as you can get the tee ball in play, your chances of birdie just goes up slightly. And even if you miss the green to the left over here, just leave it in the area for a good chance up and down.
Closing hole and Travis Smythe. So Smythe will look for about 12 feet, around a 65. This looks a little uncomfortable for Min-Kyu Kim. Bunkered at 16. Yeah, deja vu. We saw that happen at the par 3 8th. Kim leaving it in the trap after burying it in the face. He hasn't lacked birdies today, Min-Kyu. Been a little untidy at times.
But you gotta say, to have 2 plug balls in the face of the bunker, that's quite unlucky, especially on a day where He started so nicely.
He'll have the chance to keep the damage to a bare minimum after that. He gets second bunker shot. 13th.
Pulled his layup well to the left, really out of position. He's got to be somewhat defensive with this third shot because the angle that he's coming from is be hitting in a direction where there's water directly behind the green. Executed it perfectly.
A welcome, easy birdie. His battle to preserve playing rights on the Asian Tour and domestically here on the Korean Tour goes on. Bata with the low round of the week, a new course record at the Ocean course. It won't stand, of course, having preferred lies in play. Still, he's not going to be muttering too much to himself. Jung also going round a 63. Is him to the pointy end of the leaderboard. Birdie's very much the order of the day, as they usually are at Club 72's Ocean course. Nice round of 67 from Sutipat Pratip Tienchai. Leaves him as the best placed Thai on the leaderboard going into tomorrow's final round. Of course, a Thai lost in a playoff last year, Pachara Kongwat Mai. And Good Take Ko entered the 39th edition of the Shinhan Donghae Open at 19 under par. Went to a sudden death playoff where Good Take pipped Pachara to the post. Horikawa, 17th tee.
And just a short par 3. Really no trouble with directional control with these short clubs, but missing the green to the right. It'll be most likely a bogey. There's a bunker on the right side that is about 10 feet below the surface of the green.
Dialed in is Horikawa. 65 yesterday, 5 under today. Former Korean Open champion, Seok Kim.
He's not having a good day. +1 on his round today.
Smythe, 65. Just a little off the right for Travis. Well done, Travis Smythe. Top 5 finishers in Morocco and, well, last week in Indonesia. It's going to start Sunday at 13 under par. Good work from Smythe and his veteran caddy, Carl Rodley, known as Rochi out here on the Asian Tour. Quite the roller coaster round for Min-Kyu Kim today. Bogeys, a double, 9 birdies. Are those when you look at your scorecard and you go, right, I'm 4 under par. Am I happy or am I disappointed? Can't quite make up my mind.
He started out with 5 straight birdies from the 3rd hole onwards. He's got to be disappointed that he might finish 5 under par for the round.
Cautiously, that par 5 wasn't the best of lines. You could see the big puff of sand that came out from played that 3rd shot from, but he'll still have a birdie look as Suzuki is looking to lay it up to a nice number back in the fairway. He's got a hybrid. Checking all the right boxes so far, Anthony. Never easy sleeping on the lead, not in a big championship like this, but he's really kept a very, very calm demeanor all throughout the day. Of course, what we see on the surface may not be reflective of what's going on inside.
Yeah, although he hasn't had success on the main tours, he has had 2 victories on the secondary tour last year, and those are back-to-back wins. So when he is on form, he's going to carry it on for a prolonged period of time, just carrying that experience forward. Much like Brad Kennedy, nothing really happening for him today, just 1 birdie on his round, but is moving forward because he is not making any mistakes on the scorecard.
What can Miguel Tabuena do a little bit further up the back 9? Into the 14th. They're playing tricky this week. You can hit shots like that. Fine stuff there from Miggs. Yoshida.
Yeah, all 3 players with fine shots in this group.
Bounced back from his bogey at 8 with a birdie at 9. He's hoping lightning strikes twice there at 14 after his clumsy 6 at the 13th. Wikimura. Uphill for birdie at 13. Should go a little off his right. So strongly that string of birdies, but hasn't had a red number on his card since his 4 at the 7th. John still got his driver in hand here. I would certainly hope that's to make sure he can take his full 1 club length preferred lie free relief as just tidies up for his 4. Figures Saturday. He's thinking driver off the deck here, Anthony. This would be a brave salvo from Garam.
Well, you start to see more and more of it nowadays. Players do practice hitting drivers off the deck.
Too much club for him, but you do see that flag fluttering. Breeze has turned into his face, and yes, indeed, it is driver off the deck for Garam John.
I think it is that headwind, the light headwind. He feels that he's not going to get enough out of his 3-wood to make it all the way to the green.
The shape of this hole does set up very nicely for a driver off the deck, especially off a slight downslope. You get that sort of squeezy low cut, but if you do come out of it, you spin out of it. Short right, the ball's going to be hydrated.
But because of the deep face of the driver, you do have to be really good with the contact. You're going to hit it on the bottom of the club face. Usually comes out quite low, so it's just useful for this shot into the wind. Is going to bore through it.
Well flighted, it's going to get a little help off that mount. Not a bad spot to leave it for Garam John.
Birdie attempt for Sung Hyuk Kim.
Birdie converted for Sung Hyuk Kim. That'll bring a smile back to his face.
To follow suit, Mikumu Horikawa. For his 6th birdie of the round. Oh, the agony. We'll have to be careful there. Over to the 15th. Short par 4. Excellent second there. Things are starting to tighten up at the top of the leaderboard. As expected, good scoring on this third round. The scoring average today just about 69.5 strokes, so if you're not shooting in the 60s today, you're looking at a lot of players passing you by. Big hitting Ricky Kawamoto having a nice round today. 4 under par for his round.
I just stuck my head out of the commentary box for a couple of moments there, and it is actually quite warm out there right now. Not too much breeze. Very pleasant day for some golf as we move out of yet another oppressively warm summer season here in South Korea into the hopefully cooler climates of autumn. Lee winning his 112th start as a professional for the very first time last week at the Lexus Masters. Jang coming up the final hole alongside big hitting Ricky Kawamoto. That's the bomb squad to be watching this afternoon. Two of them can certainly shift it. Norris back in even par for his round, and again, like you mentioned all throughout the broadcast, Anthony, if you're not picking up birdies, you're sliding backwards. Low scoring week once again at Club 72's Ocean Course, one of 4 courses available for play here. The Hanno, the Lake, the Classic, and the Ocean, the last of the 4 courses at Club 72 to be opened back in October 2005.
That's okay by Kosuke Suzuki. Just past the hole, but that will present a slight uphill putt. Good side of the hole to be.
Well, he birdied his first 2 holes. We thought Shinhan Song was going to be off to the races, but it's been quite the day for Yonghan. So, for his round, hasn't made a birdie since the 5th.
Brad Kennedy just had 1 birdie on his round, so he is losing strokes to the field. But when the scoring gets this low, even though you're not making birdies, you always have to protect par. Once you make a bogey, you're really sliding back on the leaderboard. And when he finishes, he can finish with a flurry, 2 or 3 birdies in a row. Now, Min-Kyu Kim, his tee shot, just got to make sure you get it in the top level on the back section of this green, at least pin high, to have the most reasonable putt at a birdie. Don't have to think about too much slope or a big amount of break. Good place to be.
Driver to this point on 13 for Ram John. Below the level of the green, but ample amount of green to work with. Coming out of that rough, should expect some release on this. Very nicely played for Garam John. To be a welcome birdie. Back to par for his round today. sure he's not trotting on any of his playing partner's lines. And his second birdie of the round. He'd make eagle at 5. John. Back to 11 under. Here's your man, Ricky Kawamoto, Mr. Kang.
Just trying to put the finishing touches on his round, his third shot. A reasonable look. Picking up his final birdie of the day.
Yeah, Sister Yui Kawamoto, a very accomplished player on the JLPGA Tour, where she is a 2-time winner. Made a great par-saving putt at 12. He'll back that one up with a nice birdie there at 13. Kosuke Suzuki moves back into a share of the lead with Kensei Hirata at 16 under par. Now the Pro Open champion, Sang-Pil Yoon. Opportunity here at 16. Sang-Pil. Yes, indeed. Took a double bogey at the third. I'll tell you what, 6 birdies. That'll fix that really quickly. Nicely done there for Sang-Pil.
Well, that tap-in birdie on the previous hole just give him a little spark. Friendly pin position here at the 14th. A good chance.
Kennedy, his birdie.
Just got to watch out for the right to left braking portion towards the end of his putt. If he doesn't have enough pace, it's just going to curl right in front of the hole to his left.
Sometimes I almost think you're clairvoyant with reads like that, Mr. Kang. Getting easy from the commentary box. You have the luxury of watching plenty of golfers come through from all their spots. Things fairly even keeled as Brad Kennedy, now Yubin Chang. 1 foot in the bunker, 1 foot out. Oh no, Yubin. Ooh, has that just stayed up? I think it has, you know.
It's the one time you don't mind long rough. You can complain all day. Come here and thank goodness.
Got the all clear sign from Ricky Kawamoto's caddy. Back in the share of the lead with the 14th. To come for Kosuke Suzuki.
13th was playing into the wind. This tee shot should be straight downwind. Still have to make a decent contact if he wants to carry over the fairway bunkers on the left. 280 yards to get over, 290 to get to the fairway.
Curious hole 14. We were here for the first time last year. So many players were just taking it straight over those left-hand traps and coming in with short irons. But I see a lot of players out to the right of those traps in 2024.
Like you're saying, it's heating up. This means the golf ball is carrying a bit farther. This has got to be far to the right.
Miles out to the right. Where has that gone for Kosuke Suzuki? Look like he is prone to that block out to the right every now and then. Tends to get a little stuck.
exactly it. You can see his right elbow coming close to his torso. That club being delivered to the ball well from the inside. Really no time to square up the club face. Should be not a problem for Jun. Just got to make solid contact. It's a much more stable leg and hip action compared to Suzuki.
Now Song, birdie at 17.
Can't really expect to make this putt. He's putting up a rise, just about a foot and a half, and a lot of break from his right.
Just hasn't been able to buy a putt the last 2 hours. Kimura. Kawamoto for a 67. Kawamoto for a 68. So, good day's work for Riki Kawamoto on the fringes of contention, you have to say, at 10 under par. The topsy-turvy round of Min-Kyu Kim continues. A 10th birdie of the day for the Korean Open champion. Takes it back to 5 under for his round and back to within 4 of your co-leaders.
Jae-woong slightly downhill off his right. Too much pace on that for that line.
Yubin Jang, fortunate that third shot got tangled up by the thick rough right of the green. It's pitched up to here. It's for a par. Okay, well done. 70 for Jang. Share of 28th at this stage of the championship. Third man in that group, Han Mil-jung, also posting around a 70. Ohori to 16. Going along the best of this group, 4 under for his round. And partners Ishikawa and Hanbyul Kim, 1 over and even par respectively. Search party for the ball of Kosuke Suzuki, wild right off the tee at the 14th. Was it far enough right to threaten the penalty here? Remember, we had some issues with ball spotting yesterday. David Burupunsa losing balls on 13 and 15. Pretty similar spots. Out wide right and some of that tangly rough, and actually it's one of those situations where you're trying to establish, is there reasonable enough evidence to believe that that could have made it into the penalty area? Because if that is the case, you can drop it as if it's gone into that red penalty area. If not, where they're looking, if you can't find this, it's back to the tee.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be a lost ball if they can't find it. Like you said, reasonable evidence, but everyone in the group has to agree that there's no place besides the water that the ball potentially could have ended up. Horikawa, after just missing his birdie on the previous hole. Not the case here at the 18th. Brilliant round today. Errorless 66.
Started slowly with that 72, but the YouTube star, Rikumu Horikawa, 65-66 over the last couple of days, surging back into contention. Sangpil, fresh off a birdie at the 16th. It's for one at 17, carrying a lot of speed. He settled in nicely after that season opening victory at the Pro Me Open. He's always a sort of middle of the pack runner most of his 6-year-long career as a professional, but he's gotten used to the spotlights and the attention. It's good to see. What isn't good to see though is a confused look from Kosuke Suzuki. Still hasn't found that ball, and that stopwatch timer running down for him. 3 minutes to try and find that ball. Well, it could be a ride back down 14T, and just as he got back into a share of the lead, Kensei Hirata.
This is a real big momentum killer though. He has hit a couple of blue shots today, but made great up and downs and made nice putts. Then added a couple of birdies, to be 3 under par for the round. But just when you're in this position, there's a high pressure position, you get these unfortunate errors. Unfortunately, he may have found, he did find his ball.
They were looking a good 20 yards right of where that ball actually was, so good break there. Hit the nail on the head there, Anthony. Great par saving putt at 12. Nice birdie back at 13. Embedded ball in that thick rough. That indeed is his pill. Yes, it is. Breathe a sigh of relief now.
Yeah, now he's looking at a situation where a par is very attainable. Had he lost that golf ball, making a double bogey on this hole, most likely outcome. There's always that threat of triple bogey as well, because the trouble with the tee shot in the landing area. And sometimes you get that bad momentum breaker. It's tough to recover, especially with a player that has a wild miss occasionally.
Ohori, long one for birdie at 16, but cozied up well. Finish this season for Ohori. Back in May.
Kennedy, a familiar spot that he's hitting from, hits a ton of fairways, just a straight ball hitter. He's going to love this when he gets up on the green. Hopefully it is not thick to where he can advance it all the way up to the green, if not in the vicinity just short of the green. Up and down for a par from short. left of this green, not too bad. Just an uphill pitch all the way to the hole. The distance that he's coming from, he does have to come over the green side bunker that is cut slightly at an angle towards the center portion of the green as far as the distance to carry. So it's an awkward looking shot if he's going to try to take a line directly at the pin.
Nothing awkward about that. It's just going to go tumbling through the back, but capitalizes on a good break there, Suzuki. Just if you're looking at more than a two-shot swing, he can't find that ball in time. John from the ideal position down the left-hand side of the fairway past those traps, so not much club in hand here for Garam.
The second shot playing straight downwind. Players love it. They can be assured that it will not stray offline. Just coming up a bit short, perhaps half a club short.
It's difficult when you're playing with a bit of a crosswind like it appeared that John was dealing with there, whether that wind is helping or hurting. Just another factor to try and stick into your calculations as we gaze up once again at a pair of Japanese flags at the top of the leaderboard. Hirata and Suzuki, two clear of Chan Min-jung. Sparkling around at 65 sees Travis Smythe into a share of fourth with Kumo Horikawa, who for the second day in a row returned a bogey-free effort around the ocean course. Min-kyu Kim, topsy-turvy day, but a birdie at 17's got him headed back in the right direction. 68's for Nagano and Kawamoto. At 10 under, along with Takahiro Hataji. Hasn't created too many birdie opportunities for himself today, the 34-year-old. Just 1 under par for his round. Solid 67s for Shin Bung-nam and Pratip Tianchai. A pair of Thai flags at the top of this page of the leaderboard. Nice 69 for Ian Snyman. Suzuki just sliding back a little with a couple of bogeys since he made the turn. Jawan Lee's having a solid day today, 6 under par for his round with 3 holes to go on the front side of the golf course. 68th for Seung-taek Lee and the 2022 Shinhan Donghae Open champion Kazuki Higa. Sean Norris has just picked up a birdie to move him back to 8 under par. Third shot into the last for Min-kyu Kim. It's been cut on that right-hand side of the green. Good stuff for Min-kyu. Now, at the short 15th.
This has got to be correct with this pin being cut up on a little plateau. Anything that's about 4 yards short, it's going to end up in the lower level. That's about half a foot below where the hole is. Got dialed in.
The length of birdie putt that Sean was expecting after that tee shot. It's for birdie nonetheless. Right in the throat as well for John.
Kim at the final hole. Why not? Why not add another birdie to his card? 10 birdies in his round of 6 under par 66. What could have been
11 birdies in his round of 66. He's only made 3 pars all day, Min-Kyu Kim. Birdie finish. That's way to end the day. Back to Suzuki. Has to keep going. It's not going to. It's the most number of birdies you've made in a single round of golf. And looking back to your course record round at the Hong Kong Open one year.
I think I can put it all on 2 fingers.
Ikemura to 15, and he dialed it in like Jae-Woong did. Yes, he can. Very good shot, all worked out, the Aussie.
Besides being stone dead next to the hole, he couldn't have asked for a better place to be putting from. Not much break in this. Basically straight up the hill.
Straight, just forgot the uphill bit. I think Kim's made 11 birdies today. Brian Kennedy's made just the 1.
Just a bit of scare off the tee. Not able to find his ball for a bit of time, but ends up being a par in the end.
To the last, and Young-Han Song. Bookend birdies on Saturday for Young-Han Song, but not too much going on in between. 2 under par 70. This year's a runner-up in the Korean Open. Of course, that runner-up finish booked him a spot in the field at the 152nd Open Championship at Troon, where he comfortably made the halfway cut. Now for his birdie. Good conversion there. Getting up to 11 under.
Yun, although he's coming over the water where the pin is, the water really not in play. It is enough to the left of the right edge of the green where players are not really thinking about the dangers of falling into the water. Slightly pulled for Yun, but that's going to be a good side to be putting from.
Yoshida to the 16th, not really the angle you want to be coming in from that left side of the fairway. Cover most of the greenside bunker if you want to attack this pin. Expect this one to be out a little right. Good sensible play from Yoshida.
Today's whole location, it doesn't really make a difference whether you're in the fairway or the rough. You've still got equal opportunity to get the ball close to the hole. You've got to be wary of the penalty area all along the left side.
said in his pre-round interview, the wet conditions we had on day one, was trying to just take a little off his swing, play within himself, 80% if you will. And it worked so well that he was going to continue to adopt that strategy for the rest of the week. John? Never bad advice, really, Anthony, to play within yourself.
Swinging just about, you say 80%, 90%. Just thinking about tempo. That's usually key to hitting good shots, good solid shots. It's just when you get out of sync, especially you get to a par 5 and you really want to rip one off the tee or try to rip one to get an extra 3-4 yards out of the club going into the green. Nice tidy shot there from Kennedy.
Balls left to play for this final group here on day 3, the 40th Shinhan Donghae Open, where Kosuke Suzuki and Kensei Hirata lead the way at 16 under par. Champion Han Byul-kim having a bit of a ho-hum day.
Not a birdie on the back nine for Otsuki.
There is now. Nice way to end the day for Tomoharu Otsuki. Turned in 32. Couple of drop shots, as Anthony mentioned, but a nice birdie on the last for a round of 69.
Already put racing by for Ohori here at the 17th.
Sampil, a closing birdie of his own. This would be for a 67. Line read from Tomoharu Otsuki, but just forgot to get it to the front edge. Still solid 68 for Kang Pil-yoon. Left to rue that double bogey and the par 3 third. Players in double digits under par, every single one of the 68 who made it through to the weekend in red figures. Hirata and Suzuki, 2 clear of Chanmin-jung. Comes playing to a scoring average of around 69.5, so really, scorecard at the end of the day reads with a 7 in front of it, you're losing ground. For Kosuke Suzuki, who's making his way up the 15th hole as we speak. 3 of the last 4 holes present very good birdie opportunities, with only the demanding 16th playing as the second hardest today. The proverbial banana peel for the final group. Thinking I can pick up 1, maybe 2 birdies at this closing stretch. It's just going to give me that little insurance policy, that extra little cushion going into the final round, staring down an accomplished winner like Hirata.
And especially with Hirata on a nice run of form, playing with great confidence, you do need to be in full control of your golf game. And Suzuki, we have seen some loose shots here and there today, but as far as putting in a score, he's handled himself very well today.
That great start from John, but she started to slide back through the middle portion of the round. Dialed in there, lovely shot to 15. He said 14 under par was the number in his head at the start of play today. He had 11 with a good look to get up to 12 in a couple of moments' time.
Just 100 yards left here to the pin for Brad Kennedy. Wonder what he's going to do next year. He's just turned 50. Whether he's going to take on this Japanese senior tour or not, but good shot there here.
I suppose much depends on if he keeps his status and keeps his playing rights on the Japanese tour. The flexibility of to apply your trade on the main tour and the seniors tour in Japan, the lucrative seniors tour in Japan, I might add.
Bit of a flat day for Gyeongnam Kang, even par on his round. Yeah, going back to Brad Kennedy, Pride Marksang did that for a few years, played both the main tour and the senior tour, just trying to plug in the gaps in between the breaks on the main tour. It's a great way to earn a bit of side money.
That's more than side money, Anthony. Goodness me, Pride Marksang cashed a lot of big checks in the land of the rising sun. Now, Ohori, 32-year-old from Hyogo. Who sits 60th on the Japanese Tour money list this year.
A good performance so far by Suzuki. You're not playing in the final group, whether it's the third or the fourth round. If you're not there on a regular basis, it feels completely different. But to be out here today without a bogey on his card and added birdies to remain competitive, to be able to contend for the win, he's got to feel good about himself, how he handled himself today.
No birdie to be found at 15 for Suzuki. He's done a fine job keeping the blemishes off the card today. Go ahead to Jae-Woong on the 16th.
Unfortunately for this, with the softness of the greens, even though this pin is a dangerous pin with not much depth there over the greenside bunker on the left side, can decide to attack the pin because they know that the ball will come to a stop quickly.
Front of the bunker, right side of 16, claims the pill of Jae-Woong. Now, much like Suzuki, no bogeys on the scorecard of Brad Kennedy today, but just that one birdie on the 5th.
But another good chance to pick picking up a birdie here. Just got to figure the break out from left to right. Just looked like it was too far right off the get-go.
Just one of those sort of flat days. I mean, talked about it with a little bit earlier on the back nine. You're not doing anything really wrong. You're making some good saves here and there, but it just feels like you've got no momentum. Takes the wind out of your sails. You're playing very solidly, but that score not reflecting for Brad. Now to Boyna at 17.
Not his best, but that's the side to miss this tee shot on.
Jump for birdie. The second time today. Horseshoes out the front. Can be an infuriating game at times, golf. Look to hit a bad putt, or just refusing to cooperate.
We saw that even from Min-Kyu Kim on this hole earlier, from just about a foot or foot and a half.
Scotty Scheffler foot shuffle going on for Yoshida. Quite a Scotty Scheffler result, though. Goes over the back into those bare patches that you see around some of the greens. So Club 72 receives a lot of play throughout the year, all four courses at this golf club. Night golf available, the lake and classic courses. Share a clubhouse here with the ocean course, the sky course. Same clubhouse a little bit down the road. Now to the last real stern test for the players coming home.
Yeah, it's a slightly blind tee shot for the players. They're just going to be aiming over those cross bunkers on the left side. Don't have to worry about it too much. Just got to worry about the right bunker. But it's a wide fairway, so they should be able to get themselves in the short grass. And the second shot onto this green. The pin today will be all the way in the back left corner. You see, there's not much depth there if you're going at the pin, coming over the green side bunker. You do play to the safe side, the center portion of the green. Not an easy putt because you're looking at a hole location that looks like it's working away from you. Now Jae-Woong in the green side bunker. He's got a decent lie. He can hit it just a few feet past the fringe of the green. Should roll out to the hole. Like it was buried. But considering it was plugged, that's actually not a bad shot.
Almost had to play that like a bunker shot, Ikemura. So much grass behind that ball. Well, just about see that 16th tee in the middle portion of your screen. There's 3 bunkers on the left-hand side of the fairway, right of your screen. Carryable for pretty much every player in the field. Squeeze this up that right half, try and open up the angle ever so slightly towards this tucked pin. There have been a couple of loose misses off the club face of Kosuke Suzuki today. Most of them out to the right. This time though, solidly done.
It's just the whole way. All you're thinking about is making a par. about making a birdie, just give yourself an opportunity from a place where you may have a putt at a birdie, but make sure that you're going to make a high percentage par. You do have to hit 2 good shots here. That won't hurt Jun. But because of the lack of distance for Brad Kennedy, this hole plays much tougher than anybody else that sends the ball a lot farther down the fairway.
Those heavy, weak misses for Brad. He's going to have a heavy artillery coming in for his second. Things are shaping up for another close finish at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Suzuki and Hirata, 16 under. Plenty of talent, plenty of depth stacking up, well within 5 shots of the lead. A couple of late bogeys from Boomsak Sansin. See him drop back to 6 under par alongside Sarid Suwanarut. 71 for Richard T. Lee, the 2017 Shinhan Donghae Open champion, and Seongbin Choi. And a bit of an expensive afternoon for Ryo Ishikawa. Not much progress made as he slides down the leaderboard. 1 over par with the par 5 18th to come. Nice little bounce back for Yongjun Bae. Was 3 over par early, but battled back to a 73 for him. Day 3 of the Shinhan Donghae Open, for the 2nd year in a row, staged at Club 72's Ocean Course, one of 4 available for play here at this club, just 10 minutes away from Incheon International Airport, South Korea's gateway to the world. Buried his second shot in the green side trap. Did well to get it out to here. This for a par. Just that kind of day for an opening round leader. Just back the shot he picked up at 15. Still 1 under for his round is Jae Wong.
for a fabulous recovery. Beautiful flop shot.
Ryo Ishikawa on the final hole. It's been the day that he was expecting, but a chance to finish at even par. Really not going to get there for Ishikawa. Disappointing 73 for him.
Yeah, said he wanted to go out today and really light up the par fives. Didn't happen at all. In fact, one bogey on the par fives, one over. So not the scoring that he was looking for.
To the left for Suzuki. Far left. A couple of loose shots on this backside for Suzuki.
It does open up the green just a little bit coming from this right side. But you are looking at the TV tower in the back as your target, trying to draw one in. If it does draw, great. If not, right on the center portion of the green. That flew way too far.
Ohori. Birdie. Ishikawa was moving hard from left to right, but really slowed up as it approached the cup. So that's 68. For the second day in a row, Yujiro Ohori.
Kimura at the 17th. Just needed to carry that about 3 yards farther so he can have a straightish looking putt. Bit of a double break left on that.
Oh. So yesterday. End of his round. Nice way to end for Han Kim, birdieing the 18th, 71 for the 2020 champion.
Thank you.
Have a look at the Asian Tour Order of Merit. The first 10 events of the year, John Catlin with those back-to-back victories. Macau and Riyadh, see him top of the shop. Minkyu Kim, a chance to make some inroads. The highest ranked player on the Order of Merit, teeing it up this week at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Hongtaek Kim and Steve Luton missing the halfway cut here, but Minkyu could pick up inside the top 5 with a solid finish here. Certainly continues to make birdies in bunches like he did today. 13 under in a share of 4th this moment.
a real trouble spot for Karam Chun, landing on a slight downslope. Green working away, obviously, with the ball going on the opposite side of the green.
That is the ball of your co-leader, Suzuki. Half buried, but that's not the real problem. It's that steep sort of sodded face. 3 inches in front of his ball, and it's going to be the real perplexing one. The Japanese player.
Well, he's got no stance, doesn't look like. You need a good firm base to be able to take a full swing on it if he wants to get it out. And the way that is, all that the ball is going to do is just pop straight up in the air. Brad Kennedy just pulling up short.
I'm just thinking as well for Suzuki, even if he can build a stance, because it's going to be so awkward, how's he going to get the appropriate leverage to get enough force on that ball to get it popping up vertically, which he would need to do?
We're going to find out shortly. We're going to take a look at his birdie attempt. Looks like the kind of round that he is playing is where he's got to put it in there just about 2-3 feet to give himself a real good chance at a birdie. All this length putts not falling for him.
Right there on 17. Great roll, good try, but just the bar. Now, he's not here. Kosuke.
The way the wall looks just a little bit, it looks like it's angled slightly towards him. And this is just take the biggest backswing you can and just stick the club head right behind the ball. He's done extremely well just to get that onto the putting surface.
If he rolls that one in for a par, it's going to feel better than the par-saving putt he made back at 12. Have a look at this. He had no idea where the ball was. He was checking to see if it was still in the sand. But when the dust cleared, he was pretty chuffed with that one. A full-blooded slash and hope. Suzuki. Face full of sand for his troubles.
A bit of a left to right in the beginning, right to left at the end.
It's just gone a little flat on the back nine for Ikemura. Racing to the turn in 31, but 1 over for his exploits on the inward half as we go back to John for par at 16.
Unfortunately, that will be his 4th bogey of the day, undoing the great work in the first 5 holes where he was 3 under.
Kang on the last. Bit of a forgettable day for Kyungnam. For this round. Pushing back in Sheriff's 30th at this moment in time.
I have to say, from this point, the thing that is helping him is this is a makeable putt. Just got to watch out for the right to left breaking putt as the ball approaches the hole. been impressive up and down. Should he convert this?
Blow all the way. He's going to record a first bogey of the weekend. Surrenders the outright lead back to Kensei Hirata, who's had feet up in the clubhouse for almost 2 hours now. Basking in the glory of that fabulous round of 62.
For Kennedy on this putt, a slight downhill, a little bit of break from his right to left. That is a well-deserved par.
Only man in this final group has a clean card today, Brad Kennedy.
89 yards to the hole.
Went after that one. Yoshida. Clears the water, but not the bunker.
It reminds us of Ho-Sung Choi when he got onto the international scene with his finish swing.
The Fisher. Great nickname. One of the great characters. Golf. Plays on the senior tour in Japan, does he not?
Yes, he absolutely does. And the Korean senior tour as well. And the key on this hole is to make sure that you get it all the way pin high. You see a lot of the birdies coming from behind the hole. They're the putts where it's an easier read. It's a one type sort of a break if you're just directly past the hole, or if you're pin high, it's pretty much a straight putt. Won't see too many birdies made from the center portion of the green. You can see even if you throw it over the green, it's still a decent up and down coming back. A lot of pars made from just over the green. Thinking pin high left.
Just from that flag flapping on the green, looks like the breeze is coming down off the right for these players. 16's out of the way. 2 reasonable birdie opportunities left for Suke Suzuki. Not the worst spot to miss it. 17th. Just looked a little loose since we hit the turn.
Coming off of a bogey, the last thing you want to do is really chase a pin.
Gets it onto that correct level of the green. Karam John. Ian Kennedy with birdie looks to come at 17. To stick nice and quickly. Yoshida for birdie on the home hole. A bit further back in the fairway. Just lay this one up to a handy yardage.
Not a difficult chip here at all for Suzuki. Just got to make sure that he doesn't erase this one by the hole. Make sure he walks off on this green with a par at worst, or even better, birdie.
Now, how the tables have turned. Wonder how he'd respond to that first bogey of the weekend. Wasn't the best tee shot, but a bonus chip in there. Oh, Kosuke Suzuki moves it back to the top of the board alongside Hirata.
Kyungnam Kang, he is 8th on the Korean Tour points list, but he's actually having a nice year. Just doesn't have a win yet, that's why he's not up there, but he is 2nd in scoring average on this tour behind Yubin Jang. 2 players that are under sub 70 for the season so far.
That kind of day for Kyungnam Kang. Going to be a 72 for him as we go back to Brad Kennedy.
Putting from that section of the green, it is a low percentage make. Got to do your best to 2-putt.
Yoshida. solid year on the Japanese tour, 27th on their money list. The Sega Sammy. A string of miscuts, didn't they? The top 10 at the Fuji Senki last week. It's for birdie. Ripped right at the hole. Looking good for so long. Just could be a par for a 26-year-old. Start Sunday. Just touching distance. I'd like to think anyone within 5 shots of the lead going into the final round has a chance, given the bountiful birdie opportunities here at the Ocean Course. Maybe you could stretch that to 6.
Yeah, but you just need to be closer to the lead. 5 strokes, the odds of you making that up is a small percentage. You just want to close that gap as much as possible.
Deficit is 6 for John, but par 5 18th, still to go.
The par 5 18th. Players once again teeing up from well above the fairway, some 20 yards above this landing area. So this whole place just about 590. It's reachable into for the above average length hitters. For everyone else, it's just a 3-shot par 5. And with today's hole location, it is important that they do land in the fairway for their layup shot to have that control coming over this bunker on the right side of this green.
With the warmer conditions that have greeted us as we got to the weekend, we've seen a lot more players going for it into, and that certainly seems to be the case here for Tomoyo Ikemura. Good hits and a chance to pick up at least a shot on the home hole.
You've had a few misses. This is a problematic tee shot. You got to fight the thoughts in your head of misses from previously. Make sure you make a committed swing regardless of the result.
It's a much better result.
Just a standard shot for Brad Kennedy. Hit your tee ball. John is thinking with a good strike. He's got a chance to go for the green in 2.
The full business, Karam John. It's gonna find that first kind of rough. It looks like it's sand down as well. The past 5 men to have claimed victory here at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Kruger, Kim and Saw all prevailing at the Jack Nicklaus design course. Bears best in the city of Jongna. Suzuki Higa winning on home soil. First time the Shinhan Donghae Open. Went across to Japan. Played at the Koma Country Club. It was a very topsy-turvy final round. Couldn't take Ko, the winner back in 2023. Kruger unassailable back in 2019. Victory for the Kruger family. Kim 2020 putting display for the ages, emerging triumphant at pairs best. Different it was for Yosop So back then. He was unable to recapture the magic and the form that saw him pick up the Shinhan Donghae Open title back at Pairs Best in 2021 before we took a historic trip across the North Sea. For the first time, Shinhan Donghae Open competed in the land of the rising sun. That was a wild finish to the championship in 2022. Suzuki Higa birdie his final 2 holes to just edge out Mingyu Cho, Justin Shin and Tirawat Kausiri Bandit for one of his 4 victories. Stellar season on the Japanese tour. Must be something about Shinhan Donghae Open winners and multiple titles, because this was the site of Guntek Go's 3rd and arguably biggest victory in what was a very outstanding season in 2023 for Guntek. Got awfully close on the back nine, had to birdie the 72nd hole to force extra time with Pachara Kongwat Mai, and then it was absolute nails in the sudden death playoff. This wonderful wedge shot, setting up a birdie. Had the luxury of a 2-putt with Kongwat Mai, recording a bogey 6. He only needed the one, a win in front of friends and family. Good take Go. Unfortunately, not going to be able to make it back-to-back victories at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Missed cut, so too for the other men that play off, Pachara Kongwat Mai. But I do love that new mural we have on the side of the clubhouse here at Club 72, showcasing all the previous winners of this wonderful championship. Now, a bit heavy-handed with that second shot, with that layup. 31 yards in to this back right pin.
Kataoka, 2 over par for his round today. Not the desired result.
For a double header in Taiwan with the Yangda TPC to be staged at Linko International Golf Club, and then the Mercury's Taiwan Masters to be played at the formidable Tamsui for $1 million US events before we start to get into a very international series heavy end of the season. Trip to Macau, fortnight in Thailand, after Indonesia for the Indonesia Masters, before we return to the Hong Kong Golf Club in November, a trip to Qatar, and then culminating with the Saudi International at the Riyadh Golf Club in December. Lovely pace on that putt for Tomoyo Ikemura. for Suzuki. Shares the lead. Kensei Hirata. Now for a birdie.
Slight dip in form this year for Jae-woong, but he's got to be happy that he is doing what he wants to do after undergoing wrist surgery just about 2 years ago. With the high success rate of surgery nowadays, it's still just in the back of your mind that might run into potential problems.
Kimura to go into the final round at 13 under. Well done. All is said and done, a 67 for Tomoyo Ikemura on Saturday. John waited for the green to clear. Maybe that line must be good enough where he feels he backs himself to find the target. There's a lot of trouble right if you're a little careless.
Yeah, but plenty of room to the left, and he doesn't really have to worry about the water if he's gonna hit it over the green side bunker. That's just the center portion.
Smothered that one, but no real damage done. Creeps into that inside trap. It's tough to commit to that sort of shot when you know if you hang that club face open ever so slightly, that ball's going to get baptized. A lot of expectation on his shoulders coming into the weekend. That final group. Just a little disappointing the way that he's played this afternoon. Still having a lovely tournament is Karam John. Hirata's sublime 62 sees him at the top of the board. 63 for Chan Min-jung, but Kosuke Suzuki, who led by 3 coming into today's third round, has played some very nice golf, just coming off that chip in birdie at 17, and with a birdie at the last, could give himself a slender advantage over Hirata with 18 holes to play. Lovely round of golf from Jung Hwan Lee. 65 today to the man known as Iron Man for his stellar iron play. The fringes of the top 10. One day for Jae-woong, nothing really going his way. Two-time winner here in South Korea. 71 for him. Karam John bunkered in 2 at the par 5 18th. Nice playing from Jung Jung Moon. 56 for him today. Leaves him level with Tienchai. Birdie finish for Sean Norris. Tots up to a round of 70 for the big South African. 2 South Africans, in fact. At 9 under par, 69 for Ian Snyman. Miguel Tabuena, well, much like Jae-woong, nothing much to write home about, a 71 for the winner of the DGC Open last year on the Asian Tour. Suzuki set to play his third to the closing hole here on the Ocean Course.
Got plenty of space to the left of this pin. With the wind coming from the right, does want to get this one extremely close, does have to hit the start line just right up the pin, a dangerous line.
Prudent play there, a little bit long, a little bit left. Gives himself a birdie look. Now the turn of 20-year-old Brad Kennedy.
Let's see if Brad Kennedy takes a straight line at the pin. If a player that is confident in wedge play as far as distance control, they do take on these pins, even though it is cut on the danger side of the penalty area on the right. It's so handy to have a lower flighted wedge shot. Practically take it at any pin, no matter what corner of the green it's in.
One of those rounds for Brad Kennedy where I feel like he hasn't been able, he's played a lot better than his scores indicated.
It's just that club in his hand there, just a bit uncooperative today. Had his chances, not a lot, but he left himself a few putts where he had a day where he had good feel with his putter. He would have holed those. But still, you have to give it to him. At 50 years old, competing against these youngsters, you know, most of them are in their 20s. To be double the age of a lot of the players in this field, gotta hand it to him.
He's been a pro longer. I mean, most of these guys have been alive. Turned pro back in New Year's Day, 1994. Tour win coming at the New Zealand Open back in 2020. Second time he won that championship. Lost 3 wins also on the Japanese tour. That's the ball of Karam John just outside the greenside bunker. A little bump and run. Just come out a little hot for John.
It's got to feel like today's round, an opportunity was wasted. If you were to go on to win this tournament, Karam John only playing solely in Korea offers him the opportunity to go play in Asia and Japan. Really broadens his schedule.
Yeah, we've seen in these co-sanctioned events, the tri-sanctioned events, players, say for example, couldn't take a go. Winning here last year, took up membership on the Japanese tour, played a nice schedule, been able to plug the holes in the schedule, as you like to say, Anthony, with a couple of starts on the Japanese tour. Currently sits 50th on their money list. And also in the co-sanctioned Hana Bank Championship between the Korean and Japanese tours, Takashi Okiso winning there and taking up membership on the Korean tour, playing a little bit on this side as well. So it's always nice to be able to have the flexibility to plan your schedule or to fill gaps in the season, just to stay competitive, stay sharp.
Yes, absolutely. And it does help too. You go out to different regions around Asia and you get to adjust and adapt and learn about different playing conditions, be it the weather or the grass type. It can only help you improve as a player.
So many golfers, man, you look at them and you think, right, unfortunately, they're only ever good playing domestically or playing on certain styles of golf course. But you've also got players whose games travel remarkably well wherever they play. Scott Vincent being one of them.
It's just the knowledge that you gain through experience of hitting shots and chips and putts on different surfaces.
Become a more well-rounded player. That's, I would say, the benchmark of what constitutes a great golfer, the ability to compete on any surface, in any condition, on any tour.
Yeah, and you also get to compete with different players. You know, you stay on one tour, you're very good friends with everybody on tour. It's a great fraternity, but once you do go outside, and you see the games of other players and you see certain shots that they hit, certain way they move themselves around the golf course and course management, you pick up a few things here and there especially if it's a player that is a consistently better performer than you are, and you pick up my habits even outside of golf just to improve your game.
Come on, Brad. Let's end on a positive note. This to double his birdie tally of the day. That one low. Steady but unspectacular. Around 71 today for Brad Kennedy.
3 rounds completed with only a single bogey made this week. It's usually a good sign that you'll be there, but due to the nature of the golf course offering so many birdie opportunities, finds himself 5 back. Haramjo. Giving the local crowd something to cheer about.
Much like Brad Kennedy, flat stick has been uncooperative for Karam John today. Bar on 18, level past 72, a round that promised so much more, being 3 under through his first 5 holes.
And despite parts of his round looking a bit wobbly, currently 3 under par, to go out there as the leader and put in an under par round, it's been a nice performance.
Start of the weekend with a 3-shot lead. Going to Sunday, tied. Kensei Hirata seeking a breakthrough title on the main tour. Kosuke Suzuki. The way that he's finished off, the way that he's held his nerve from start to finish, I should say, on Saturday, that'll give him confidence to know that he can hang out with the big boys. He can play with the lead, and it's going to be a fascinating watch come Sunday, Anthony.
And especially having gone through those emotions today of where the round could have really gotten away from him, it's going to settle him down even more heading into tomorrow, although the pressure ramps up during the final round.
So, all 68 players done and dusted for Saturday. None better than Kensei Hirata. Spectacular 62. Moves him into a share of the lead with Kosuke Suzuki, and they'll have big hitting Chan Min-jung for company in that final group Sunday afternoon. Chanmin with a round of 63, seeking the 2nd Asian Tour title. Shinhan Donghae Open trophy would look awfully good in his trophy cabinet, right alongside the Maekyung Open trophy from 2022. Travis Smythe looking for that 2nd Asian Tour title as well. He's come close in recent starts on the Asian Tour. Top 5 finishes in International Series, Morocco, and also last week in Indonesia. Let's not forget the Korean Open champion Min-kyu Kim, 66, losing at 13 under. So to Ikumu Horikawa, still too close to call as we look back on your moving day highlights here from the Ocean Course at Club 72.
One of the early movers of the day, Chan Min-jung, made the turn at 6 under par. A couple of bogeys on the back 9. But will cap off a brilliant round of 9 under with that birdie on his final hole.
Birdies certainly were the order of the day, and why not sprinkle in an eagle or two? Yaram John, early birdie for him. That eagle at the 5th took him into a temporary tie for the lead at 13 under par.
And Min-kyu Kim also blitzed right out of the gates, making 5 straight birdies early in his round. This will be the 5th of that nice run.
Then took a double bogey at the 8th and got straight back to the business of birdies with this dart of a wedge into the 9th. 6 birdies and a double on the front side. Min-kyu Kim would turn in 32. Traded birdies with bogeys on the back 9. That was another at the 14th for Kim. Nakamura, another player who got off to that hot start. A nice birdie there at the 5th. Back that up with another here at 7. He too was 5 under through the first 7 holes. Added another birdie till this at the 18th. Ikemura starts Sunday 13 under par. Yoo-min Lee, this was one of the eagles we saw today. Dropped a couple shots coming in here, but that was a lovely 3 for Yoo-min on his 9th hole of the day, the only player to make a 3 on the 18th.
And the overnight leader, Kosuke Suzuki, finding his first birdie of the round at the par 5 6th. Then at the next par 5, on in 2. Just being gentle with the speed on this steep downhill portion. Nice steady start, 2 under through 7 holes.
Yeah, then did pick up a birdie at the 13th, wobbled with the bogey at 16, but responded in great fashion with this chip in for birdie on the 17th, which took him back into a share of the lead with Kensei Hirata. Hirata's fabulous round of 62, 10 birdies on the day, put him right back in title contention. He'll start the final round alongside Kosuke Suzuki, Chanmin Jung 2 shots back. Anthony, from that first page of the leaderboard, if it's not going to be one of the 16 unders, where's the charge going to come from?
Well, historically, looking at this event, the past 21 editions, you have to be inside the top 6 to be considered a contender. You talked about the 5-stroke difference, the deficit. It has been made up twice by Gaganji Buller and Kazuki Higa, but it looks like with the way Hirata and Kosuke Suzuki is playing, it could be a race between them two, but you got the hot round of Chanmin Jung and Travis Smythe lurking in the background.
And let's not forget the 11 birdies for Min-kyu Kim and the YouTube star Mikumu Horikawa. Should be another captivating final round here in South Korea at the Shinhan Donghae Open. Hope you can join us same time, same place tomorrow from Club 72 in the city of Incheon. Who's going to come across the line for the 11th time on the Asian Tour this season? Join us tomorrow and find out.